1 2. Good morning. Good morning once more. Tuko wazima. That is good. We are almost starting. Apologies for starting late, but we are still within time. We'll be able to go through what we had planned for today. And we'll start with a word of prayer. I would request that we stand. Ningeomba tusimame. So the word of prayer will be our national anthem and the East African, the first answers. So please proceed.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We can have our seats. The Vice Chair, NCA Board, Executive Director, Board members, CECs present and CC representatives present, NCA team, and the team from Kenya Law Reform Commission. Once more, good morning. My name is Architect Stephen Mwilu, the Manager Compliance at National Construction Authority, and I'll be your MC for today. Just a quick information, specifically to the CECs and the CC representatives present. We are having these sessions live, so I think the link will be shared. You can share with your colleagues, those who are on the way, and those who may be in their offices, so that they can watch, they can follow, and we can be part and parcel of these presentations. So today's public participation, as we are aware, for the NCA amendments 2023, and this is the contractor evaluation criteria. We are meeting the CECs for the county team, having met several groups in the regions. Yesterday we met professionals. We had the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, and we are still not yet done. We still be having 1 or 2 sessions to go. So for the purposes of introductions, and I'm aware that we are representing different counties. You might be the CEC, you might be from NCA, but I know you represent a different county from where you come from. So I'll request that we see the county representations in terms of where we come from. That's how we'll do introductions. We'll not mention our names, just kuangalia ni nani wako mumu leo. County 1001. That's Mombasa. I know we have an RC from Mombasa, so you represent that county. So I think we just want some standing. You just stand so that we know the representative. Engineer Mwenga, I know you represent that region. That's an example so that we can move fast. Oh yeah, you're not even alone. We have 2 representatives from 001. 002, Kwale. Hamtachoka ni nyinyi tu. The same, Mwenga, you represent the same region. Unfortunately, 003, Kilifi. The same team. Tana River, 004. Okay, the same team as well, looks like. 005, Lamu, the same team. But of course, I know we might be having others online, so you are not alone. 006, Taita Taveta. 007, Garissa. Tusichoke, I know the numbers will be coming. Did you understand? Oh. Wajir. Mandera. Marsabit. We have the RC. The RC for Upper Eastern, Yes, representing that region or that county. Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a. Ngamawe will get to the team that is with us today. Turkana, West Pokot. Thank you. Samburu, asante. Trans Nzoia, again. Uasin Gishu. We do have a representative from Uasin Gishu, Immaculate, the CEC representative. I think she's out, so we have a representative from Uasin Gishu. Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi. Thank you. Baringo. Oh yes. Thank you. Yeah, you come from Baringo. That's true. Laikipia. Nakuru. Where do we come from? Narok. Yes, stand. Thank you. Kajiado. Yes, Kajiado is represented too. Sorry, there's a group that I missed, sorry. Kitui. Yeah, Kitui is well represented. Machakos. We are in the house, We are representing Machakos. Kitui, of course, GM Kilonzi is here representing Kitui. Makueni, we have a rep. Yes, Engineer representing the CEC. Karibu sana. Let me go to Kakamega. Yes, CC Madam, karibu sana. We'll give you an opportunity to say jambo to us. Thank you very much for representing. Vihiga, Bugoma, Busia, we have a representative. At the back, CS Samson Lukoba. And the next, after County 040 is County 041. Siaya.
function, which is to register contractors. And apart from registering contractors, is to develop or to prescribe the qualification which is used to register the contractors. And this is what we are calling evaluation criteria. So we already have an evaluation criteria which was developed 10 years ago. That was 2013. And now it is 10 years, so now we've started the process of revising that evaluation criteria, which we've already taken through the stakeholders in the industry, sector-based sectors, and out of which we received comments from those sectors, and we were able to incorporate it and develop what we are calling the regulation amendment for NCA today. And this is now the document that we have for public participation. So as I've said, we've already engage the other public across the country. So we've so far received very valuable comments and reviews which we are going to use to incorporate it in our document so that we can now file you for this. So for today, I just want to welcome all of us to be part of this as we engage together in this. You will also be giving us your feedbacks, your views on the same, and it is going to be incorporated in this. And once the whole process will go through, what we will come up with, which will be the regulation, which is evaluation criteria, the document or the tool will be used now to evaluate the contractors, which will be recategorized based on the outcome of it. So I just want to welcome you so that we can have a fruitful engagement in this engagement of today. So without much ado, allow me to invite Executive Director, who is going to make his opening remarks.
Let me start by recognizing the Vice Chair of the Board of National Construction Authority, together with the board members of NCA present. I also want to recognize the special guests of today's occasion, who are the counties, a very important institution for delivering development to wananchi wa Kenya in all the 47 nodes as counties who are here, represented as CECs or representatives, specifically in charge of docket of lands, housing, urban development, public works, or whichever name you call it at respective counties you come from. I also want to recognize our facilitators who have been working with us in this journey, the Kenya Law Reform Commission. I also want to recognize the ministry officials, because this document, which is a regulatory instrument, is a ministry document, of course, in consultation with the Board of National Construction Authority. So we are very happy to have the ministry on board, especially State Department of Public Works, where NCA is domiciled. I also want to appreciate our colleagues from National Construction Authority who are here today, either from this county where we are being hosted, or from across the country, or from the headquarters in Nairobi. And I also want to appreciate any other guests who is joining us here, because being a public participation, we can't lock out anyone who is willing to be with us so that we can get the input. And of course, the service providers who are also with us here to be able to give us service. Because as we speak here, we are both available physically as we sit here, but there's also online access or online streaming, which is for those who are able to watch from the comforts of wherever they are, or those who are still traveling on the road to reach here. My name is Engineer Morris Akech, as you've been introduced. I'm the Executive Director, as well as Registrar of Contractors of National Construction Authority. The reason why you are here is very important. One of our key functions as NCA is registration of contractors. which is basically a license. And as we offer a license, we need to have some criteria that delivers a certificate that is what the paper it is written on. And for that certificate to come out, it must be processed through a tool that guarantees quality of the product that you get at the end. So if the contractor you see today has some gaps, maybe it could be because of the process that certificate has gone through to be produced. And the reason we're here is to see how we can now work on that document. It becomes amended, of course, after your input and approval, so that going forward, the contractor you get is the contractor you desire. Of course, we are flanked by board members led by the vice chair. During our time of making remarks, she'll be able to introduce to you the owners of this document at National Construction Authority. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you officially to this very important forum, which has been led by the General Manager in charge of registration and compliance. As indicated, is the 13th one, but it's the 13th one physically stroke virtually. There is one that was done yesterday, which was specific to the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, BORACS, which was also part of the continuation. We have one more, which is happening on Thursday for Nairobi and its environs, which is happening as a culmination. Then thereafter, we'll be able now to incorporate all the comments you have gathered across the country into the document, because your views matter a lot. Your views is meant to enrich what we have drafted. So this particular tool has been divided into 3 stages for you to become a contractor. And before I say those stages, the main presentation will give you the details. I'm just giving you the overview so that you can have what we call a snapshot. You know, when you want to go for a road trip, you must plan your journey. If you just start without knowing where you want to go, it becomes very difficult. So what I'm trying to do here is to ensure that you are ready for your trip. And your trip is these presentations that you are all going to have for the better part of the day. So for you to be a contractor, you must first of all have what we call mandatory requirements. That is the stage 1. And the presentation will be able to tell you what are those mandatory requirements. You'll also be told what are the changes from what we are currently using as a mandatory and what we are going to introduce as new, or what are the improvements. There is no reduction. Everything you try to do is always an improvement. And if there's a reduction is done to improve. The second stage is the technical part, which is evaluating the technical capability of a contractor for the category and the class they would want to be qualified for. So if you want to be a category 1 contractor, then there must be some technical capability requirements that you must meet. If you want to be category 1 and the roadworks, again you must have some certain capability requirements. You know, you cannot be a roadwork contractor with a pen and a paper. You must have some equipment, and a pen is not one of them. Of course, after that, you must also have capacity to demonstrate that you have pocket that is big enough or deep enough to do the work before you are paid. Because as a contractor, the only way you can get paid is by doing work, raise a certificate, then get payment. So if you have no capacity on financials, then you have no business being a contractor. So those are the 3 stages that are going to be presented to you. So you'll be able to scan through and then critique and maybe find out whether is it too stringent, is it too lenient, ama ikai tu hivyo. You'll be able to give that comment. And remember, the first evaluation, which is mandatory, if you don't, is binary. There are no marks. Technical, there are marks. And financial, there are marks, which means there are scores. But under mandatory evaluation, hakuna marks. It's either you have it or you don't have it. Meaning, if you don't meet the threshold of mandatory evaluation or stage, then you stop at that, and it will be unfortunate you cannot become a contractor. You can look for another business to keep you busy. So basically, without going to details, because the details will be put there, it is as important to note, in our previous tool, the one that we are trying to repeal, we were more relying on documentation, but now we are going to look at experience as a contractor, because experience counts. Even when you come from school, even though you have your nice paper on a degree, maybe you have your first class, or you have your A's from Force, but they are saying, hata una experience, hatuwezi patia hiyo kazi. So you must go somewhere to practice first. We've also looked at the current criteria, which is grouping specialized works. It groups electrical, it groups mechanical, but now it will be unbundled. What I mean, the requirement for electrical and the requirements for mechanical are going to be separate because they are sometimes unique, sometimes they are connected. So if they are connected, the work will determine. We've also revised the value limits of some works. Value limit is the amount a contractor in a certain category can be awarded after getting a license from NCA. We've seen over time some value limits in the current criteria have been overtaken by events because things have moved. There are also areas where we have realized that the value limits were a bit higher and they need to be reduced. You'll be told that. We are also going to be stringent on the requirement under Section 17A of the NCA Act, which stipulates that at least one director of a company or a contractor's company must have technical qualification to be considered as a contractor. Of course, the current criteria also lacks provision for a requirement to abide by the code of conduct. We have a requirement as NCA to publish a code of conduct for the construction industry, but we have not linked it with the contractor's evaluation criteria. So going forward, it will be a requirement that as you register, you must also agree to abide by that or commit to abide by that. Why are we saying this and yet in the room we expect that we are meeting CECs? CECs are our major, in my view, major throughputs where even contractors also get engaged, because at the counties you have a lot of projects that you invite contractors to bid for, and it is good to know from the onset, and also as procurement entities, as counties, it is important that the challenges you go through, if they are not addressed through this criteria we are talking about, will also be addressed. The aim of NCA is that once a contractor gets a license, the burden of you as a procurement entity going to again do a thorough evaluation for that contractor should be minimized. Why should it be a national entity or a government entity which has been given resources from the taxpayers, that's me and you, si wale wananchi, all of us, and yet having used that taxpayers' money to generate a license, also a procurement entity is still using taxpayers' money in another corner in Naivasha, evaluating contractors, going through the same process. So the reason we're here is to ensure that once a contractor is given a certificate from NCA through this tool, the confidence is already there. Look for something else to evaluate. Of course, if you look at the existing criteria and the one we are bringing on board, We have clearly defined the mandatory requirements, as I've said before. We've also enhanced the need for academic qualifications. We've clearly defined. Before it wasn't properly defined. We've also enhanced the minimum score requirement in roads and waterworks for NCA 1, NCA 2, and NCA 3, especially with experience, given more weight. Sio makaratasi peke yake. And you know, the beauty is because we also register projects. If you say you did SGR, but you're not in the list of SGR in our portal or in our database, then how will you convince us? So there will be no escape. You cannot create a project that is not in the NCA system and say you are part of that experience. So it will be very easy to connect. One thing we're also going to make separate going forward. I know currently we have a number of contractors, one firm with many classes of works. Going forward, if you're applying for a certificate, each class, separate application. We've also enhanced the technical score. Is it 70? It's now more weight. Kitambo ilikuwa chini kidogo. Sasa you need to have more technical capacity than the money. We also linked contractor registration with accreditation, so that you also have to indicate to us as a contractor how many staff you have under you who are accredited by NCA. And many other more. So I think the rest will be presented here. I don't want to make the actual presentation. Mine was just to give you the brief highlights, so that as you glue yourself to the screen, you know what are the changes that have been made. And as I said, the aim of us after this process, once approved that it takes a legal effect, is that a contractor licensed by NCA, that license should be good enough. When you invite them for tender, you should lessen your burden, go to other things of evaluation. Maybe you can look at financials, look at other performance record, and so on and so forth. Lakini sio maneno ya technical tena. Kwa hayo machache, I want to take this opportunity to wish you well as you look forward to the presentation. If we came presented and walked away without any comments from you, then we'll not have achieved much. So our achievement here will be measured by the quantity and quality of comments you give. You cannot measure the quality. That will be left to us by what we record and how we incorporate. But the quantity is how much you speak into what we have presented to you. And as procuring entities, I know you're going to add a lot of value to this particular document. At this juncture, I now wish to take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chairperson of the Board of National Construction Authority, Madam 𝗪𝗠 Okiru, to come and make her remarks. And as she does that, also introduce the board members. And then from there, we can now go to the next program. Mpige makofi yake mkimkaribisha.
I'm still tall. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Fellow board members, representatives from the State Department for Public Works, CECs and their representatives, management, and the team from NCA, plus all other guests in the room. Good morning. My name is 𝗪𝗠 Okiru, and I will pass this mic. I wanted to use this so that I pass that. We have members of the board of the National Construction Authority with us here. So kindly pass the mic to the board members so that they can introduce themselves to those who don't know them. And kindly also, it would be prudent if you also tell us which organization you represent or which entity. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Paul Kiagu. I'm a representative from the National Treasury, having been appointed by the CS National Treasury to represent National Construction Authority in the matters that relate to the National Treasury. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Keagu.
Hamjamboni. My name is 𝗣𝗂𝗯𝗹𝗶. Sit in the board representing roads.
They are saying they can't hear you.
I'm 𝗣𝗂𝗯𝗹𝗶, sitting in the board representing roads ministry and departments.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy Sagini, representing Kenya Federation of Master Builders. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is 𝗏𝗂𝗯𝗃𝗃. I'm a nominated member on the board representing Kenya Association of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Peter Musango. I represent the Roads and Civil Engineering Contractors Association called RASECA. Thank you.
Good morning. Waweri Gadosha. I'm an architect. I represent Architectural Association of Kenya on the board. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, board members. We have 2 board members who are not here today, but they truly support this initiative. I will not say much in the form of a speech, except to reiterate that this is one amongst our public participation fora on this revised evaluation criteria. The executive director has highlighted a few outstanding matters on that document, but the purpose of the presentations is that we'll get into the meat of what has changed, and of course we look forward to having your views. More importantly, our principal secretary also supports this meeting today, and of course he is not able to attend this particular one, but I can confirm that he has attended the rest, and from time to time we have updated him specifically on the feedback that we have received, not just on this document but generally on the improvements that we can make as we serve the public as NCA. The National Construction Authority recognizes the pivotal or important role of county governments, and we do appreciate that you have sent representatives and also have come as substantive CECs for those who have come here, because we understand the role of approval, and we understand that county governments are truly the ones who deal with the Kenyan public day to day at, as we'd say, at ground level. As such, we'll really look forward to having your views, and just because you give your views here does not mean there is no window to give further views. If you consult back with your county governments, kindly feel free to send further comments on these documents that will be presented today so that we can consolidate them appropriately. We consider you one of our key stakeholders, the county governments, and particularly CECs in charge of lands, housing, and urban development. And we truly hope that today will be a, I'll say, fruitful forum and also a good networking forum, because as you have seen, as was led by Architect Mwilu, all of us come from a county, whether you are an employee of NCA or in private sector. There is the county that you have at the back of your ID, and therefore county governments are truly the basic level of governance. As such, I look forward to hearing your interventions on this document, and I hope you're able to give your contributions freely. And at this juncture, I'd like to open this forum and declare it formally open, officially open. And before I go to sit, I would also want to invite for 5 minutes or so the CEC Kakamega to perhaps speak as a representative of the CECs we have here as we start this forum. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a good day.
Thank you for this great opportunity. The Vice Chair, NCA, the Executive Director, the CEC who are here, or am I lonely? Representatives of various stakeholders and counties, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mariam Barasa. You like it, you can add Daktari. I am the CC in charge of lands, housing, urban areas, and physical planning. Kakamega County, county number 37. I look quite lonely at the level of the CEC because are there any CECs in this room from the various 47 counties in this Kenya?
Yes, Nyeri is represented.
Thank you. So I'm not very lonely. But I want to communicate this, that I'm very happy from where I sit, from where I stand, from where I operate from. Because we see quite a lot of challenges at the grassroots emanating from dimensions that seem to affect all of us in this room. And therefore, when you call this kind of congregation to address gaps in aspects of the law that has been operational, it is a wonderful engagement. So, what are these challenges that we see at the grassroots, which from his presentation, I hope by the end of the day will be addressed. What are these challenges? All of us are cognizant of the fact that buildings are collapsing all over the place. And we are called upon as CCs or as various professionals to explain why. And you find yourselves in very difficult situations. Roads actually degenerating within the defect liability period. Barabara imejengwa jana, it has not been handed over, and already you can talk about it. We are all privy to that. We also observe certain challenges. For instance, when these projects are taken up by various contractors, there is even no oversighting, no monitoring. Nobody knows indeed if they're progressing on the right track. Why should it be so? I am happy because from what he has said, we're going not to see that anymore. Why do we have uncontrolled developments in various parts of the county, in the country? Surely, we're told that a part development plan is a very important governance tool. A spatial plan is a very important governance tool. Surely, as a body that is putting in place a regulatory framework, why shouldn't you come out very clear and say, we will demand that every town has these aspects that actually direct development? You have the powers, you have the authority as an NCA, if indeed we have those regulations collectively agreed upon in this kind of. The other day I was making a lot of noise, or somebody was making a lot of noise in Kakamega County. Why? Because the contractor of the road came up and was putting up a road. In the process, they actually pulled out of the road all the water reticulation system, all the internet bundles reticulated system, all that goes along the road. So I was wondering, couldn't this road contractor share with whoever put this cable in the ground, whoever put this pipe in the ground, to know that indeed, along the way as you develop, remember, there are other infrastructural developments that require to be conserved. In the first world, I'm told, all those are put in one, so that you don't have somebody arrive and say, I want to put here the bundles, the cable, the water. They are done in such a way that you will always know where that happens. So by the end of the day, you have pushed these people in the water resources backwards as a road contractor. You have removed the data cable from the ground, pulling them backwards, pushing them backwards because of that. What do we benefit by working together? Indeed, we should actually share and exploit the synergies that come with working together, as opposed to causing a lot of contradictions, conflict of interest, and a lot of things. He has told us very clearly that the previous regulations had gaps. And we want to address these gaps. I think that's when they say we should really think out of this great box and go on the ground and tell the people, this is what we want. I'm happy that you are engaged in various professional bodies. The Engineering Board of Kenya, and even the Law Society of Kenya. Many others that you've mentioned here. Sometimes I ask myself, for instance, why should be the other professions like medicine, law, insist on internship for their students after they have completed their studies? 6 years of MBCHB and then 1 year of internship. The learned friends tell us they go to the Kenya School of Law to do some internship. Why shouldn't it be also with the areas in the so-called built environment? You see, this civil engineer, this mechanical engineer, this electrical engineer graduates after those 5 years. And they come and they expect to be employed. Have no practical experience. And that's why the lawyers say, go to the Kenya School of. That's why in medicine they say, go to the hospital and practice for 1 year as an intern. Surely, even in civil engineering, why shouldn't we anchor internship in the training of these three in the built environment? And that's why people have been very hesitant to do what? To get them into their fold, especially employers. They are so afraid of these people. They say the quality of workmanship from a freshly, with due respect to the various professions in the category, they say they cannot trust them. So we are praying that this is actually going to be an opportunity for us to share candidly and come out very clearly and say, this is what should be the case. And if you anchor that in a law, you can be sure we shall be working towards achieving a very important phenomenon. Therefore, we shall not have people building on land that is not theirs. Sorry to mention Mavoko and Kiwea. Because they will demand that before you approve these BQs, before you approve these architectural drawings, before you approve this, there must be certain annexures on that document. And that reminds me that as you engage these multi-sectoral actors, you must put in place procedures. Procedures are very important. And as we go digital, surely, let's have this in the cloud so that at a touch of a button from Kakamega, we can have a building approved without any challenges, having engaged all the players. We are therefore not going to have these sins that I've mentioned that do occur because of lack of that. We shall be operating in harmony. With those few remarks, allow me to sit and say asante for the ambush.
Thank you, Daktari. Those were good remarks. Thank you very much. As you did request, here you are not alone. Karibu, CEC Nyeri. Karibu, the representative from Kericho, represent the CEC. It's past 11. If you look at our program, we are to go for break at 10. I want to make a proposal that we do listen to part 1 of our presentation, then we break for tea, then when we come back, we do a marathon. Part 2 and the RIS presentation, the plenary, then we go for lunch as we break for the day. Is that in order? Tuko sawa hivyo. So with that being the agreement, then I want to welcome Architect Sylvia to make the presentation for the first session. Karibu, Architect.
Thank you, Architect Melu. Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. I'd like to have the presentation up, please. Okay, thank you. So I'll be very brief. Okay, not brief, but I'll take us through the first part of this presentation. It has two parts to it, as been told. Allow me to go through the setup of the paper or the presentation. Part one has the introductory part, and then we look at the contractor's evaluation criteria and what it is. Then we will look at the background of the contractor's evaluation criteria. First schedule, touching on prescribed forms. We will look at the second schedule, mandatory documents. Third schedule on fees. Then we will look at the contractor's evaluation criteria for all the classes of works. And then my presentation will conclude at building works under the fourth schedule. For the second part of this presentation done by my colleague, he will look at the civil engineering works, electrical engineering services, and mechanical engineering services. So I will start. And this slide just sets the legislative context and talks about Section 5.2d, which prescribes the qualifications that are required for contractors, and then it gives the mandate for now having the evaluation criteria. This is read together with the third schedule of the Act, which provides for the registration of contractors in the building works, civil works, mechanical and electrical works. Then this Section 42D gives the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, together with the Board of NCA, the mandate gives us the mandate to develop the regulations as we have and what we're going to look at today. Maybe I do a little bit of context setting as well. What is the contractor's evaluation criteria? So perhaps I can introduce or just give us a context of how we operate when we do registration of contractors. We have three types of registration. Under the authority, we have 4 types of registration, but in the registration department, we have 3. So for the whole authority, we have the registration of contractors, which are local, registration of foreign contractors, and then we have what we call accreditation, which is basically registration of skilled construction workers and site supervisors. Then we have a 4th leg of registration, which is registration of projects, but that is not what we're looking at today. What we're looking at today is what I've mentioned, the first 3. So the evaluation criteria, therefore, as was mentioned earlier, is a tool that we use to evaluate contractors and then get a placement for them within the different categories we have. And we have 8 categories, NCA 1 to NCA 8. NCA 1 being the highest category that can be attained, NCA 8 being an entry-level category. We have 3 stages, as the ED mentioned earlier: evaluation of mandatory documents, technical evaluation, and financial evaluation. And it's important to note that all applicants have to meet that stage, like they have to be compliant with it before they proceed to stages 2 and 3. So this is just a table showing us what I've mentioned earlier in a little bit more detail. Evaluation of mandatory documents. The type of documentation that is sought is things like the certificate of incorporation, the CR12, which basically now tells us where a contractor lies. For example, if I've mentioned foreign contractors and local contractors, you'd ask yourself who is a foreign contractor, who is a local contractor. A foreign contractor is one whose majority shareholding is held by foreign nationals. A local contractor, on the other hand, is one where majority shareholding is held by Kenyan nationals. So then we have the tax compliance, and then there's the requirement to pay an application fee at that point. So having met all this, there is no score to it, then the application can proceed to the second stage of evaluation, which is evaluation of technical evaluation. So under here now, we have various things that we look at. There's the directorship, we look at the staff establishment, both technical and support staff. We have plant and equipment, the experience of the farm, and office facilities. Each of them has a mark attached to it, which totals to 70% out of a possible 100%. Then we have the third and final evaluation that the contractor goes through, the applicant goes through. This is we look at the annual turnover, largest contract, and available cash, giving us 30% of the possible 100. So once this is done, for us to get, we just get an aggregate of under technical evaluation, financial evaluation, the scores under there for both, add them, and then you now look at the scale and get a category where the contractor falls. So the authority wishes to amend the regulations so as to repeal the current evaluation criteria that was developed in 2013. We've been told about it. And the reason for this is that we need a more stakeholder-driven document. And the stages that we've gone through to date, so we've had stakeholder engagements that drew people, drew views from different sectors, such as building, water, roads, communication, contractors, regulatory bodies, and professional and contractors associations. The regulatory impact assessment, which we'll be told about later, was prepared in conjunction with the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and this is after completion of the legal drafting of the amendment regulations with the Office of the Attorney General. So looking briefly at the background, okay, it's a continuation, sorry. The purpose for the review of the authority's initial criteria is to replace it with a robust evaluation criteria framework reflective of best global practices and growth in the industry. We can all bear witness to the fact that we have a lot of growth going on happening within the industry. And so what we were looking at 10 years ago may not necessarily be a representative of what is happening currently in the industry. So as we were told, there are shortcomings, and these shortcomings is what the authority has looked at and decided that we need to have a better tool that we can use that can be used to evaluate our contractors. And some of the shortcomings, as was mentioned earlier, the criteria that we have currently, what we use, is that it is document-based and does not really look at the evidence, we don't look at the experience as much. It's more like the documents that the applicant provides. And then it also has grouped specialized works, that is mechanical and electrical works, into one group, which is a disservice to these specialized services contractors, because they also they come from different places and different experiences. The value limits for both construction and civil engineering works have been enhanced. Are low, and there's need to adjust them upwards to reflect what is happening in the industry. And also, for electrical and mechanical works, the value limits are a bit misleading because they are grouped at par with building works and civil works, which is not reflective of what the industry is about. Then there's failure to adhere with Section 17(2)(a), where at least of the Act, where at least one of the directors or partners of a firm shall be a holder of a technical qualification in a construction-related field for the class of contract works in respect of which registration is sought. By technical qualifications, what we're talking about is any qualification that is related to the construction industry. So it can be anything from as low as a trade test in masonry to maybe a bachelor's degree in engineering. So that whole spectrum is considered. The current criteria does not provide for an applicant to declare to abide by the code of conduct of the construction industry. This is a document that we already have. As we're told, NCA prepares this document, which then just sets the pace of how people relate within the construction industry and the ecosystem thereof. So in the first schedule, the principal regulations are amended by deleting the first schedule and substituting it with the following. So we have a prescribed form, Form 1, contractor's application form. And this form just gives us details of what the information that the contractor needs to provide at application. And then we have Form 2, which is particulars of a certificate of registration as a contractor. After registration, a successful candidate is issued a certificate of registration together with a license. A license is usually renewable every year, but the certificate is now what we are saying that now we have it in, we are setting, the document proposes to have it, and it sets the information that will be on that on the certificate. Then we have Form 3, particulars of certificate of registration as a foreign contractor. As I mentioned earlier, we register foreign contractors and local contractors. The registration is quite different. The evaluation process is different for both. The principal regulations are also amended by deleting the second schedule and substituting it with the following new schedule on documents to be attached to applications for registration. Table 1, mandatory documents to be attached to applications for registration, and then the Table 2, mandatory documents to be attached for applications for registration as electrical and engineering services contractors. Those are the mandatory requirements, general mandatory requirements in Schedule 2, Table 1, as alluded to before. And this information is now what we'll be looking at depending on which contractor it is or the applicant is. So what I mentioned before, in addition, we have the valid business permit, we have the CR12 as mentioned before. If it's a foreign contractor or foreign staff, they need to have valid work permits. And of course, the application form should be duly completed. This is usually an online process, but we require that the form is duly completed. And then now, this is the addition, to accept to abide by the NCA Code of Conduct for the construction industry. And then we also we're proposing to look at 3 referees from either an employer or a client, a professional, such as an engineer or an architect or a QS, and professional and regulatory bodies. So for foreign firms, the requirements are a bit enhanced, or they're set out as follows. They need to have a subcontract with a local contractor or local contractors of not less than 30% of the contract sum. This can be in the form of a subcontract or a joint venture. And they also need to lodge an affidavit with the NCA board that once the contracted works are completed and the period of defects liability period or maintenance has elapsed, they shall wind up business and shall not engage in construction business within Kenya. So important to note that foreign contractors are registered on a project-by-project basis. For local firms, we register them as, if it's Firm X, we register them as a contractor Firm X, so they can work as they like. But foreign contractors are registered only on a project basis. So they come with perhaps maybe a contract that has been awarded to them to register that contract. So mandatory requirements for electrical engineering services contractors is as that table. For electrical installation, the minimum requirements shall be a C2 license from the EPRA. B, installations of lifts and hoists, etc., they shall need an A2 as a minimum requirement. So in addition to the mandatory requirements that we've already set out in the previous table, they need to have, depending on which band, and will be taken through that by my colleague, which band someone lies, they need to have an additional certification from either EPRA, or if it's under electronic structured cabling, from, they will need a CA license, Communication Authority license. For foreign contractors, these are the additional requirements that should be attached to the applications. Notification of award or an award letter or a main contract, because we register them based on a project that they already, they've been offered. Then subcontracts with local contractors and undertaking to transfer technical skills to local people, local persons or firms. And the reason for this is that a lot of times they come with technology that we may not necessarily have locally. So it's important that they also transfer this knowledge or technical know-how to our people. Under the prescribed fees in the third schedule, the principal regulations are amended by deleting the third schedule and substituting it with the following new schedule of fees. In table 1, I will show that briefly, shortly. Application fees for registration for local and foreign contractors. Table 2, registration fees for local and foreign contractors. And then fees for skilled construction workers and site supervisors. We have the type of application being either new, upgrading, or downgrading. And then we have the fees applicable and fee for local contractors and fees payable by foreign contractors. Now, another thing to note about foreign contractors is that we can only register them under one category, that is NCA 1. So, they are not eligible to upgrade. Upgrade is where now maybe you got registered in a lower category and you are seeking to move on to a higher category. It's called upgrading. And downgrading is where you wish to move to a lower category. So for that, we require an application fee of 5,000. For foreign contractors, they can only register, as we said, a project at a time, and the registration fees is $500 US. The registration renewal defaulter fees remains unchanged for local contractors as follows. Let me explain this a little bit. Registration fees, application fee is different. At application, we now go through the whole evaluation process, as we mentioned, and then contractor is now required to pay a registration fee before now downloading a certificate or being issued with a certificate. Once issued with a certificate, the certificate comes with a license that is renewable annually. And so every year, we usually require the contractor to renew that license. Failure to renew the license, then the contractor is subjected to a defaulter's fee, depending on their category of registration. So this is the category of registration fees payable. So for NCA 1 is 100,000, this is local contractors. NCA 8 is 5,000. Renewal is 30,000 for NCA 1 and 2,500 for NCA 8. And then defaulter's fee, where someone applies for renewal after the closure of the renewal window, 90,000 for NCA 1 and for NCA 8 is 10,000, and then the scale goes like that. The fees payable for foreign contractors has been adjusted as follows. So, the type of application, and then we have current fees per class of works, and then the proposed payable. The registration fees usually is 2,500 for foreign contractors. This is in US dollars. This is being enhanced to 20,000 US dollars. The renewal fees is 1,500. It's being enhanced to 10,000 in the proposed document. And then we have extension fee, which has been not free, but it hasn't attracted a fee. But now this is being proposed to be charged at 10,000 US dollars. The extension means that, for example, if a contractor is awarded a contract running for a certain number of months, and they're not able to complete that work within that specified period of time, they can then ask the employer to extend that time so that they can complete the work. So at that time, their certificate will have lapsed, it will have expired. So then they'll apply for an extension. That is what we are referring to as the extension period. So the accreditation fees remains unchanged as follows. Skilled construction workers, we have, they usually pay 1,000 shillings. They'll still pay 1,000, and construction site supervisors pay 2,000, and this will still remain the same. We normally, when we do accreditation, we issue a card that is valid for 3 years, after which it is renewable for a further period of 3 years, and the fees is payable as such. So at registration, you pay that amount. At renewal, you still pay that amount. So this is proposed to remain as is. The principal regulations are amended by inserting the following schedules of the proposed evaluation criteria for registration of contractors in the respective classes of work as per the 3rd schedule of the NCA Act. Under the 4th schedule, we have building works contractors. 5th schedule, civil engineering works contractors. 6th schedule, electrical engineering services contractors. And then 7th schedule, mechanical engineering services contractors. And in the sections that are coming up, then we'll highlight each of these schedules in more detail. So I will look at building works, and looking at the directors and staff evaluation. Now we are, this falls under the technical evaluation of contractors. The following will apply. New criteria, the proposed criteria recognizes membership to professional associations and regulatory bodies. Directors and staff registered by their professional and regulatory bodies will be awarded an additional mark. And then for technical directors, only one technical director is proposed to be evaluated under the proposed document. This example looks at someone who has a bachelor's degree, but as I mentioned earlier, we are recognizing technical qualifications in trade tests, certificates, diplomas, and then bachelor's degrees and the like. So under the current criteria, the maximum a director can get is 5 marks. This is being revised to 12, and staff could get 1.5. This is being revised to 2. Then when we look at plant and equipment holding, there is no provision for hired equipment, but equipment has been grouped in categories where each category has been expanded on substantially, giving in detail the description of construction equipment. So briefly, if we can look at it, there are different groups of equipment. We have earth moving, we have hauling, concreting facilities, and workshops, and all of them we are now setting a minimum number that one can have, maximum number that one can have to attain a maximum mark. So for example, maybe if we take something like the facilities and workshop, then an example is given of where someone has a metal workshop. If you have like 3 workshops, then you can get a full mark of 2. If you have one, you get a fraction of that. And so that is still the same. Surveying equipment, cranes, hoisting and lifting equipment, water equipment and generators, light duty tools. Important to note that as much as we're saying there's no provision for hired equipment, we are still, a contractor can still hire equipment once they are awarded a job. But for the purposes of evaluation, this helps us to know where to place a contractor in terms of their muscle or their capability to perform on a given contract. Under firms' experience, the difference is as follows. In the current criteria, we've been looking at the total of project values over the last 5 years divided by 3. This is being revised to total of project values over the last 5 years divided by 5. And the marks distribution will remain unchanged as follows. So for someone who has done maybe a job, or the value of work they've conducted maybe falls within 100 million to 200 million, they get a mark of 8, and so on and so forth. And then we go to the final, the financial evaluation, which is the third level of evaluation. Under financial evaluation, largest contract evaluation has been removed. So we have been looking at the largest contract, and the marks have been redistributed to annual turnover and working capital as follows. So this is currently what we do. Highest turnover in the last 3 years, highest annual turnover is 12 marks. Largest contract in the last 5 years, 12. Available cash, 6, to give us a total of 30. This now is being revised to what we have on the right. Highest annual turnover in the last 3 years to give us 20 marks. Then we're looking at the cash flow and working capital available at 10 to still give us the 30. The under annual turnover, the marks distribution is as follows. So this is how the marks are then distributed. For example, if I take example number 6, from 15 million to 37.5 million, someone gets a mark of 7.5, so within that band, and so on and so forth. And so that is the mark that then they will score for that aspect of this aspect of highest annual turnover. And then the second bit of it, working capital, the same. If, for example, number 4, 10 million to 20 million, they get a mark of 7. So then this is aggregated to give the score under financial evaluation. So finally, aggregate marks shall be the sum of marks awarded under the technical and financial evaluation, and the applicant may be registered in corresponding category of the aggregate marks awarded as follows. So if you scored 10 under technical evaluation and you came and scored 5 under financial evaluation, it gives us a summation of 15. 15, when you look at this scale, it falls here between 10 and 20. So automatically that contractor is an NCA 7 contractor. The value limits have been proposed as follows. And in this one, this is the category. We're looking at the current value limits and the proposed value limits. So they're being enhanced in that way. So for example, for NCA 1, they're unlimited. They can do any values of very high limits. So if you look at, say, NCA 3, this is being enhanced, currently being at a maximum of 3 million. That is, usually the contractor is allowed to do work of up to 300 million in value. And now this is being enhanced to 750. And so that is how it goes for all the categories that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect. Let's appreciate her. We come to the end of part 1 of that presentation. So at this juncture, I will request that the questions that we have, the comments that we have, we still hold on to them. We'll have a plenary where we'll raise them, we'll give the comments. So we'd like to go for break, but just before the break, we'll have a group photo. And we'll be led by Secretariat. Yvonne Getugi is just out here, she'll lead us where we'll take the group photo, then thereafter we'll have the tea. We propose to come back at noon, so we need to check time. And when we come back, my colleague, Paul Gesora, will take over as the session chair. Asanteni. Let's just break for the group photo. Let's try to keep time, please. Kama tunaweza amka, so that we keep time to be back here by noon.
1 2 1 2 1 2 mic testing 1 2 check 1 2 mic testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic testing Nico
Facebook iko. Aska Facebook iko pia YouTube.
One two mic testing check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 unasikia
Let's call the session to order. Let us call the session to order so that we can now begin our deliberations. I hope you enjoyed your tea. this presentation is from the National Construction Authority, Engineer 𝗣𝗂𝗯𝗹𝗶. 𝗣𝗂𝗯𝗹𝗶 is a manager, the Training and Capacity Building Department of NCA, and I would wish to welcome him to come to the front so that he can tell us about part 2 of these regulations. Tumpatie makofi anapokuja.
Thank you very much, Session Chair.
Just to let you know that after Michael makes his presentation, we'll continue on with the last presentation on the RIS report. I believe Joseph is around. When the appropriate time comes, we'll make the necessary introductions. So that now, after the 2 presentations, we can be able to engage in plenary, and we come to a close of this particular session. Karibuni.
Thank you. The Vice Chairperson of the NCA Board, Executive Director, members of the NCA Board present, and the County Executive Committee members present. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to take us through the second part of our presentation on the evaluation criteria, and I will go straight into it. As already mentioned by my colleague, this part covers the criteria that will be used to evaluate civil engineering, and civil engineering contractors covers also the roads and water contractors, and then electrical and mechanical engineering. So that is my name, and in this slide, it's evaluation of technical directors, which is similar to what has been presented for building works, and the new matter here is that we are considering professional qualification for both the technical directors as well as the key staff of the company, and they will get some scores for that. And the list of the list of professional institutions that we recognize are listed within the regulation, which we can see from that download that is on our website. Again, for civil engineering, when we are evaluating plant and equipment, we are considering various categories of equipment: earth moving, transportation, asphalt, concreting, and also pavement construction, surveying, water equipment, and light duty tools. All these have been classified or listed in detail to show the different kinds of equipment and the quantities required up to a maximum number that will be evaluated. If you have more than that, only this number will be evaluated, and then whatever you have will earn you a score accordingly. As you can see in the last column here, is the maximum score is indicated for each category of equipment. And then when it comes to experience for civil engineering contractors, we are considering experience of work done in the last 5 years, and divide that by 5, then we bring that figure in this scale. Where your average falls, it will give you a score as indicated in the last column here. For example, if your average in the last 5 years is above 2.5 billion, you'll get a full 25 points for experience. And if it's low, you will get your score according to your rating there. When it comes to financial evaluation for civil engineering, we, as already explained by my colleague earlier, we were looking at this as at now, but when the regulation is passed, we'll only be looking at 2 items: the highest annual turnover and cash flow. And then this 2 will be evaluated in detail on another scale. For example, here is a turnover, annual turnover, which is extracted from your audited accounts or the audited accounts of the contractor who is applying. If the highest is above 1.1 billion, they will get a full score. And if it's less, this scale will be used to award the points on their annual turnover. And then on working capital, we'll consider this scale, again from your accounts. Your cash flow indication will be checked in this scale to get a score appropriate to your amount. And then when the financial and technical is done, the aggregate score will be brought again on this scale between NCA 1 and 8. Where your score is above 80, you become NCA 1. And when it's below 10, you become NCA 8. And accordingly, in between there. So again, in civil engineering, we have adjusted the value limits for the various categories of contractors. This column in the middle shows current values as they are being evaluated. When the criteria is passed, then we shall be using the ones on the right. So the values have increased from NCA 2 up to 6. There is an increase in the values, as you can see. And then NCA 7 remains the same. NCA 8, there is a change downwards. So that is a change in as far as value limits are concerned. We move on to the electrical engineering services. The evaluation for the technical covers all this: directors, staff, equipment, experience, office facilities, and then there is a financial evaluation. There is a little change in the scoring that has been revised, as you can see in the last column here. There is a reduction in the scores for directors and staff, and then the plant equipment remains the same. Firm's experience has increased, and financial has remained the same. Under electrical, we have 3 groups of electrical subclasses, and the first group is what is known as construction of power transmission lines. This one, as you can see, the categorization has been adjusted from 7 categories now to 5. And the value limits are about the same as what it was before, only that there are fewer in terms of the categories. And evaluating this subclass, we will be considering only the volume of work in as far as experience is concerned. Volume of work measured just like we did the civil engineering, experience of the past 5 years, divided by 5, then we check that value in this scale to get the score for experience for power line construction contractors. And then the second group of subclasses in electrical engineering is what we can see on the screen, a list of 9 of them. Electrical installation, number 1, telecommunications, electronics, communications, structured cabling, CCTV, solar, UPS, and retrofitting for energy efficiency. So these subclasses have also been collapsed into 5 categories with reduced value limits from what it was before to NCA 2 now is 150 million, and NCA 5, 10 million, and NCA 5 is the lowest. We will be evaluating experience for this second band in 2 levels. For electrical installation, we'll be considering the volume of work done, just like the others, but that will accrue only 10 points out of 20. The second stage of evaluating experience for electrical installation contractors will include consideration of complexity of works undertaken by the electrical installation contractors, and that complexity is determined by the licensing they have from EPRA, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. It issues licenses which define the various levels of complexity of works. And the highest license is A1, which has no limitation in as far as complexity is concerned. And then the second is B, class B, that limits the contractor to install electrical works for connection to 33,000 volts. And then the third one is C1, that limits the contractor to installation of works for connection to 1,000 volts. And then the last one here is C2, that limits the contractor to the installation of works for a connection to 1,000 volts, but for single phase. The other one was 3-phase. All the others are 3-phase as well. And you can see the scores are applicable for each license have been shown here, 10, 8, 5, and 3. So together, these scores plus the ones in the earlier schedule, this one, add up to 20 for electrical installation contractor. The rest of the subclasses in the second band will only be evaluated as far as experience is concerned for volume of work undertaken in the past 5 years only, and their average is checked on this scale, then an appropriate score is given to the contractor. The third group of subclasses under electrical engineering consists of lifts and escalators, conveyors, and then generating plants, which are also collapsed in 5 categories, and the limits have also been adjusted down significantly, NCA 2 being up to 50 million and NCA 5, 5 million. The evaluation for experience for this group is similar, and we'll be looking at 5 years and then check their amount of experience against this scale to get a score for that contractor. Then on equipment and planned for electrical engineering services, they have been detailed for each subclass in the regulation, and they are mainly in 4 groups: installation equipment, testing equipment, transport, and miscellaneous equipment. The quantities of the maximum number of equipment required are shown here. If you have a few less than these numbers, you get a fraction of the score that is indicated on the last column, just like we had shown in the previous slides for civil and building. And then this summarizes the breakdown of scores for experience for the 3 groups, just as we have explained. And the aggregate score for electrical engineering subclasses will be added for technical and finance, and the score checked against this scale to rate this contractor between NCA 1 and NCA 5. We move on to the last part for mechanical engineering contractors. Again, for evaluation of the technical evaluation for mechanical considers these areas, as you can see them, very similar to what we saw in electrical. The scores have just been adjusted slightly for experience and for staff and directors. Again, mechanical engineering contractors subclasses have been divided into 2 groups, and the first group we are calling band 1 has 8 subclasses, which include plumbing, drainage and sanitary insulation, refrigeration, kitchen equipment, boilers, water tanks, cranes, borehole, oil storage. All these will, each of them, be categorized between NCA 1 and 5 with value limits of up to 150 for NCA 2 and 10 million for NCA 5. The second group has these subclasses, which are 9, which include solar, heating, compressed air, swimming pool, health club, hospital, fire, mobile, shelving, roof, rainwater harvesting, and lab installation. They are also categorized in 5 categories with very adjusted value limits up to 50 million for NCA 2 and 5 million for NCA 5. Evaluation for their experience follows the same pattern as the others, where we consider the last 5 years, divide by 5, and the figure we get, we bring it on this scale to check that contractor where he falls, and wherever he falls, will be given the score that is indicated there. That is the scale for measuring the second band of mechanical engineering contractors with the same process. And then the equipment for mechanical engineering is also divided into various categories of equipment. As you can see here, the installation of various kinds of equipment and the quantities required. If you have a few of them, you get a fraction. If you have all, you get all the points. And these scores are detailed in the regulation, which we can see and update ourselves. The process is the same. Now here, when it comes to awarding of categories, for you to be NCA 1 in mechanical engineering, you must score at least 16 out of 20 or 14 out of 20 for you to get NCA 1 or NCA 2 respectively. And again, on equipment, you are expected to have at least 12 out of 15 for you to become NCA 1 or 10 out of 15 for you to be NCA 2. So that is the end of the presentation for mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer, for that very precise and informative presentation you made to us. I think we have taken down the issues. Just jot them down. When the time for plenary comes, you will have a chance of airing your views and your questions. So we shall continue with the next presentation from the Kenya Law Reform Commission. We have Mr. Joseph Wachosi. Joseph is a senior legal officer at the Commission, and I would request that together with me you give him an applause as he comes to make the presentation. Thank you, Joseph. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Session Chair, the Vice Chairperson of the National Construction Authority, the directors, the CEMs present, Executive Director. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to take us through the regulatory impact assessment that we did on the revised contractor evaluation criteria. My presentation will take this outline. I'll take us through a short introduction, the legal framework for regulatory impact statements in the Republic of Kenya, the elements of that statement, the situation analysis as it is today, the objectives of the 2023 revised contractor evaluation criteria, and the effects of the 2023 revised contractor evaluation criteria, the alternatives that we explored, the cost-benefit analysis, and finally, the recommendations that we give. So for those that are meeting us for the first time, I'm joined by my colleague, Damaris Mukala is here. For those that are hearing about us for the first time, we are a state agency domiciled under the Office of the Attorney General with our mandate drawn from the Kenya Law Reform Commission Act of 2023. We have a constitutional mandate that require us to liaise with the AG in tabling before Parliament those pieces of legislation that implement the Constitution. And our Act, we are supposed to constantly put under review all the laws of the land, since our laws keep changing, and to also offer technical assistance to ministries, counties, and departments. Under the County Governments Act, Section 5.3 requires us to assist counties in the formulation and development of laws and policies for better implementation of the mandate of under devolution. And of course, under the pre-publication scrutiny of bills, this is where we work closely with the Parliament of Kenya, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, in scrutinizing bills before they are tabled or before they go through the formal hearing in Parliament. So what is a regulatory impact statement? It's a tool that informs policy decisions, as we have been told. It's an assessment of the impact of policy options in terms of the costs, the benefits, and the risk of that proposal. It requires that new regulation should only be introduced when other alternatives have first been considered and where the benefits definitely justify the costs. So it is designed to assist in developing quality legislation by helping policymakers, in this case the Cabinet Secretary, to make a systematic, consistent, and well-informed decision. So I'll move to my next slide, which is on the legal mandate. Where do we get the mandate to conduct regulatory impact assessments? It is to be provided, it is found under Section 6 and 7 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2023, and it says that if a proposed statutory instrument is likely to impose significant cost on the community or part thereof, the regulatory making authority shall, prior to making that statutory instrument, prepare a regulatory impact statement about the instrument. So this is where we get our mandate to do that. So what is there for as elements of the regulatory impact statement? It contains a statement of the objectives, which we will show you. It gives a statement explaining the effect of the proposed legislation, which again you have seen from the two presentations, but we will also reiterate. It also gives a statement of other practicable means of achieving the objectives, which we are going also to indicate to you. And then it also gives an assessment of the cost and benefits, which we're also going to indicate in the presentation. And finally, the reasons why the other means are not appropriate at this level. So, what is the current situational analysis? I think this architect Sylvia had already mentioned that the challenges and the partial adequacy of the current evaluation criteria is that it's more on document than experience. So we are moving away from that. It also does not cater for waiting for performance-based experience as evidence of executed works. It puts its general on civil engineering works, though we are now splitting those two. It has also grouped electrical and mechanical engineering, which again we are ungrouping them. And of course the value limits for roads and waterworks are low, and again they have been adjusted accordingly. There's also the issue of value limits for electrical and mechanical engineering services being too high. Again, those ones have been adjusted accordingly. And then currently, under the financial evaluation, the criteria gives more emphasis on largest contract undertaken, as opposed to considering the working capital. I think you're also introducing that in the revised criteria. Finally, it also lacks a provision on applicant's declaration, as you've already been told. So that is the current situation as it is. So where do we want to go? We want to repeal this current evaluation criteria and adopt this new one. So as you adopt this new one, we are going to place more emphasis on experience-based as opposed to documents. We are revising the value limits accordingly from the presentations that you see. We are also in 3 designating waterworks to roadworks, and we are designating civil works to roadworks and waterworks to underscore the technical differences. We are also separating the currently grouped value limits in mechanical engineering services and electrical engineering services. So what do we need? What are we going to get after we adopt this? We are going to have a performance-based evaluation. So it will be based on feedback from the employer for projects registered by the authority that will assist in providing a score for technical and financial competence in projects. The other benefit you're going to get is a uniformity in contractor evaluation. We're also going to get what we call a stakeholder-centric evaluation. We are also going to be in tandem with the nation's development agenda and of course the government's priority areas. For instance, we are all aware that housing is also part of the government's priority areas, and I believe due to the tremendous growth in the construction industry, we also need to have a law that is responsive to the prevailing needs of society. So that's what we're going to get from this revised contract evaluation criteria. Finally, we're also going to look at the growth in the industry based on the complexity of projects that we are undertaking as a country. So if you look compared the current evaluation criteria, that's the last column, and the proposed revised, you will realize that in terms of basis for registration, we are now moving from document-based to experience-based. In terms of classes of works, this one here was grouping them into 2 subclasses. We are now in the new one, separating them into 5 main subclasses. The value limits of these classes here are not congruent with the industry. We are adjusting them accordingly in the new one. In terms of categories, the current one has the categories for electrical and mechanical engineering being from NCA 1 to 8. We are collapsing them into 5 from NCA 1 to 5. So someone will ask you, before you came up with this evaluation criteria, what other options did you consider? We have 3 options. I'll take us through them quickly. The first one is maintenance of status quo. This also means doing nothing, or you let the industry regulate itself and pray that one day things will become better. The challenge with this is that we will continue to have the current evaluation criteria in place. We will continue to have the challenges that we have already seen. So there will be lack of uniformity in the process of registration. There will be absence of stakeholder input. We will continue to have the challenges in terms of poor quality of works, poor practices, low completion rates, unethical conduct, inadequate skills, and the challenge where we have not placed contractors in their correct category, such that you have someone in a category and they are not able to effectively perform the functions of that particular category. So I believe if you do nothing, these are the challenges that are going to persist. In the second option, we are saying we just apply administrative measures. So here the executive director here will issue guidelines, the minister shall issue circulars to guide the industry. We are saying that that is time saving because getting a circular is easy, or issuing guidelines. It's also time saving. But the challenge is the implementation of those circulars will be dependent on goodwill of the concerned officers. So it will also present a major risk in terms of enforcement and the possibility of not getting implemented at all. So guidelines can be ignored, circulars may not be implemented to the latter. So that's the second option that you have also considered. Then the third option is now the adoption of the revised contractor evaluation criteria. And we are saying, if you adopt it, these are the attendant benefits. They cannot be gainsaid. I think they are running through the document from putting emphasis on experience to the last one being the splitting of those particular works into those that we have already seen. So if we adopt this and we invite your input, is that these are the benefits that we are cool. So what will be the impact of the alternatives? I think I'll just highlight in terms of the impact on the public sector. If we did nothing, we will continue to have lack of uniformity in registration. If we issue circulars, there's a risk of abuse. If we adopt the criteria, we are going to have uniformity, improved quality of works, and of course harmony in terms of our international obligations. In terms of the economic impact, if we did nothing, there will be lack of uniformity again, lack of capacity, stalled projects. If we issue circulars, there will be a risk of non-compliance. If we adopt this criteria, we are going to have improved quality of construction works, increased competitiveness, and of course confidence. The other impact will be on social. What will be the social impact? If we did nothing, the challenges will persist, the ones in this column here. If we issued circulars, again, cartels can take advantage of that. If we have this revised contractor evaluation criteria, they will give them in confidence from, in terms of a social aspect. We will have a well-controlled industry, and of course a safe, secure, and durable public works. In terms of business, again, there's lack of uniformity if we don't do anything. If we issue circulars, there's the chances of having unscrupulous business activities. And of course, if we have these, the benefits would be the encouragement for more experienced contractors in the industry, ease of doing business, and of course, we in terms of our international obligations as a society. So in terms of costs, we are saying that this contractor evaluation criteria, and in terms of its implementation, we are not going to reorganize the NCA, neither are we going to have more space. We are saying we only need some capacity building, which the two presenters here and of course the technical people here can do. The approximated cost is this, 41 million shillings. The cost is payable by the ministry and does not implicate the users. So there is no fear that contractors will be asked to pay for this. In terms of what we give as a preferred option, we recommend to our stakeholders and we invite their input that we adopt this revised contractor evaluation criteria, because the benefits and impact of revising the criteria by far outweighs any estimated cost of implementation. The other two options that we have listed, that we do nothing and wait for things to one day become better, or we issue circulars, we are saying they have little or no impact. So finally, we recommend that in view of the above conclusions, that the revised contractor evaluation criteria 2023 be adopted. Finally, it will be implemented through the existing legal framework. So we are not going to amend to repeal the act, but basically, we are also going to have the executive director, who is also the registrar of contractors, implement the criteria. And that will be the end of my presentation. And we invite comments on the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for that very enlightening presentation. I think now the floor is open for questions, comments. Just to let you know, we have a very able secretariat there, taking on board the questions that are coming up and the comments. And these are the ones that will be used to strengthen the document. So now, let me open the floor. You just raise up your hand and you say your name, maybe your organization, and then now you give your views, you ask your question. Feel free, we'll be glad, happy to receive the views. So if you are ready, just raise up your hand. We'll have one round of about 4 questions, 4 views. The mic will be going round. I think we have somebody taking the mic round. I don't know whether it's from the secretariat. Who is taking the mic round? Let's have somebody take the mic round. Thank you very much, Sharon. So, who will be the first to go? Weka tu mkono juu. Then the mic will come to you and then you can be able to say something. Somebody from Facebook is saying, and I hope you're jotting it down, I've been trying to apply for certification as a site supervisor, but I have been experiencing some technical problems. How can you help? So we have got the responsible officers in the house. So a question like that one about accreditation, then be ready to answer because it's being beamed live. And I think the answer to that particular question will satisfy our customers. Yes, Madam, karibu.
Asante sana again for that opportunity. I have just a number of observations to make from the very beginning to the end. One is that I noticed the score sheet lacks marks for mandatory requirements. And I thought aspects of mandatory requirements are very key. Maybe you have a basis for not providing marks for that particular aspect. We will need to learn and know. Number two, you're scoring for directors, yet you stipulate very clearly who the directors are and what qualifications they should have. Would you therefore score for such an aspect that you already provided for a marking scheme? For instance, you've said among the directors there must be one whose academic qualifications must be in that profession. And you go further to say even how many directors should be there. Why are you scoring again for that? Now, in some provision, you state the figure as far as monies required is concerned. You say 5,000, 2,000, and so on and so forth. Based on why we are revising the 2014 criteria, somebody has said very clearly it could not stand the test of time. Why? Because of the dynamics of change that are occurring, especially look at the value of the shilling over time. So if you say 5,000, 2,000, 1,000, are we safe? Haven't we learned from the fact that a shilling's value changes within a very short time? Can we go, say, in the direction of percentage, so that you say, this aspect, the score will be 10% of the total score. This aspect, the score will be 20% of the score, just from where I sit. I want to cite a case where we had in Kakamega, a project where the contractor was requesting for a new valuation, dependent on the advisories from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry about the changes in the market and shilling over a period of time. And they were saying, we want to change, therefore, add as this 28 million as opposed to 6 million. That's what I'm trying to refer to. A shilling's value can change even within a month. You're saying marks are being scored based on works in the previous 3 years or 5 years. There must be a reason why you're talking about 3 years and 5 years. From where I come from, experience, I know you may best say the first cohort of graduates. I've been in the academia for a long time. So you'd say an engineer takes 5 years to graduate, whereas a doctor may take a total of 7. So you may base on that to say this is the basis. So what is the basis for 3 years and 5 years? I like the idea of incorporating the artisanal craftsmen in this discussion. There are very many out there, but they are not registered. Do they even know they're supposed to be registered? Especially these ones who have acquired their skills through apprenticeship. I know there are very many who are not registered. And so we know we will advocate, we'll disseminate information so that they get it and they have the opportunity to participate in this very, very noble exercise. Finally, why are we adjusting downwards value limits for electrical and mechanical works? I thought we are heading up. there could be a reason why we are adjusting them downwards. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand here.
Thank you very much. My name is 𝗣𝗂𝗯𝗹𝗶𝗰 CC Lands Housing and Urban Development, Nyeri County. I only have two issues. One, I think Waziri has touched on it a little, on the contract, the people who are below, the degree and below, so that the diploma holders, certificate holders. There's a lot of this industry. People are shying away from the degrees, masters going up, and they are going down diploma level and below, and using that, the ones who have a lot of experience. So we wanted to see the how that team or that group is taken in. And we have a program where my department, we want to help these young men, either from TVET or who are already practicing, those who are working with us in the department, to see how do we help them together to get registered. And maybe I can take that with Siengo when you go back to Nyeri, because I've seen that it's so we need a very elaborate plan on how you can work with our TVETs so that we are able to help them at that level. By the time they graduate, we are supporting TVETs a lot, and also there's now an increased attention towards TVET with the new Kenya Kwanza government. So we want to see how does the county, TVET and NCA work together to help this crop of young people, to help them get organized, and we can work with departments and CCs in charge of lands to help that to happen. Two is collaboration. I don't know whether this will be addressed through this. That we have a bit of a problem because we work together with NCA when it comes to enforcement. But I have a lot of issues because we go to some construction, the NCA has been there, our people have not been there. So we need to have a clear way of how do we work together with the National Construction Authority and in terms of revenue, enforcement, and all these other issues. Two is national government institutions. They come and start developments within our counties without getting proper approvals. So sometimes I go and I stop construction, and then they have NCA approvals and all those. So we seem like there's not very clear harmony. So that if I stop a development, I would like we have a proper collaboration with NCA that development has not been approved by any authority, because they need to get county government approvals for them to build and do, especially when it comes to structural issues. I think those are the only two comments I have. Thank you.
Very much. Let's have one more comment, then we can.
Sorry to come back, but I forgot something. It's to do with what I observed in the other professions. When you're doing an MBCHB program, that's medicine, you have in the 7th year to go for internship in a hospital environment. When you're doing law, you have to go to the Kenya School of whatever to learn about hands-on. That is applicable in many other professions. But I don't observe that in electrical, mechanical, and civil. These are called internship programs that put students through hands-on experience. When a graduate of civil engineering comes out of the university, they're expected to go into the job market and get employed right away. And I know quite a number of employers are very scared about them. They don't want to experiment on their tools, on their gadgetry, and so on and so forth. Why don't we have that provided for in this new revised criteria? So that you provide for this graduate a platform with the contractors as a mandatory requirement for registration or renewal. But how many interns did you train in the course of time? So that these graduates in the built environment can have also hands-on experience like other professions. That is what I just want to observe. Sorry for coming back on board.
Thank you very much. I think let's give comments on, okay, the third one, and then we can give comments just behind you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again.
to you.
My name is Winnie from Public Works, and I wish to make a comment that I hope someone will understand. And if someone gets to understand, kindly let me know, because this point kindly, some kind of looks far-fetched, but it's not. I feel this document does not support the idea of hiring of equipments, and I'd explain. You see, if I'm a member of, say, NCA2, and say NCA, if I'm a member of, say, NCA3, and NCA2 starts at 70, and I have 69%. You see, me having 69% does not qualify, now my question is, me having 69% at NCA3, will that qualify me to get an NCA2 job? Assuming that I'm missing out on an equipment that will land me on NCA2, will I get an NCA2 job? So if I'm not able in the first place to bid for a contract that will, if I'm not able in the first place to bid for a contract of NCA2 status, then I will not need to apply for. Then I will not need to apply for an equipment. Yeah, that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think those are the issues. Let's go systematically. That's round one. The presenters made their presentations in the morning. If they can be able to respond, and indeed any other person from the authority who can be able to respond, but first of all to the issues that were raised earlier on. There are issues to do with why we don't have marks for mandatory requirements, why scoring of directors, why not use percentage rather than absolute figures, what's the basis for awarding marks for work done last 3 years, 5 years. The issues that were raised, I think you also wrote them down. Let's have a response to that. Who is going to respond? Is it Sylvia? Let's have a response to that. There is a... Yes, Sylvia.
Thank you, MC. I will respond first to the question that came in through Facebook. I will tie that to what Daktari raised on artisans. She cited that many are not registered. Then there's another question that came from Washira of Nyeri, that how are people with trade qualifications lower than bachelors catered for? So we don't have a lot of information about the kind of technical hitches this participant is experiencing, but wherever they are, I would like to advise that perhaps they can maybe visit the Huduma centers. We have Huduma centers all over. We have desks there. They will be able to get assistance. On artisans not being registered, this is, we normally have programs that happen every year that, like currently we have something that is ongoing with the members of parliament. So there's, it's happening countrywide. So if they're not registered, that is one channel, one avenue, but also we have someone from your county here, architect, maybe he'll be able to respond and guide you better on that, on how to bring them on board. But it's something that we're very open to. We usually have a target every year of how many people to accredit, so it would be nice to bring more people on board. On the question of how that we're leaving out people with lower qualifications than the bachelors, that's not quite correct, because if you go through the document, we have everyone catered for. There are people with trade tests, we have people with certificates and diploma holders that are catered for, and every one of those, like for trade tests, we give them the entry category of NCA 8 according to now the proposal that we have. For certificate holder, they can be registered under NCA 7 and so forth. Yeah, I'll go through the other questions. My colleague can take up whatever he feels he can handle. Engineer Walema.
Okay, thank you again. I'll attempt to answer a few. One on the issue of lack of scores for mandatory requirements. The question was, why are we not allocating any score on that? And two, why are we scoring directors and yet we have prescribed qualifications already for them as a requirement for them to be technical? Mandatory means that if you don't have, you are already out. So there are no scores for that because you either have or you don't have. If you miss, you are out. As already explained, if you don't meet mandatory requirements, you will not proceed to the next stage for evaluation. So mandatory doesn't have scores because you must just have them as a requirement before you can be evaluated. On directors, why we are scoring is because the qualification for you to be technical director has a wide range let me say there are a wide range of qualifications, right from artisan, or what we call trade test, certificate, diploma, degree. If you have those varying qualifications, we should be able to distinguish them from each other, and based on your level of qualification, you have different capabilities to deliver as a contractor. And that's why we are evaluating them and allocating scores so that we distinguish the capacities of those different directors at different levels of qualification. The other question I'll try to answer is on why have we adjusted value limits for electrical and mechanical downwards? From experience, most projects, the values of electrical and mechanical have been very low. Initially, NCA 2 was 250 million uniform, no matter what kind of specialized work you are handling. And over the years, from our experience and even from the stakeholders' input in this criteria, they observed that 250 million for some works was too high. It's not easy to find a lifts contractor with a project value of 250 million. A lift in a high-rise building may be just about 5 million, one lift, and you may be installing 10 lifts. That comes to how much money? 50 million. So you notice that for you to be NCA 1 for lifts installation, you might never achieve 250 million in a project. And that's why it was necessary to consider adjusting that to a more realistic figure that is in line with the market trend, so that it addresses the capacity needs of that specialized group of contractors. And that applies to the others based on the experience and input from our stakeholders. Thank you.
Somebody to comment on the issue of work done last 3 years, work done last 5 years, and marks attached to it. What is the logic behind having that as a basis of giving marks? That one has not been tackled. And the issue of using percentage rather than absolute figures. I think these are things that were thought through before the marking scheme was established. And I'm sure there must be good answers for that. Anybody would like to comment on that from NCA side? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kesora. I'm going to answer the two questions, and maybe to start with, was the question on experience. Why is it that we are giving 3 years and 5 years? The reasoning for this is that you find that most of the construction projects, they run for up to 3 years. So if we work out for 1 year, you may find that a contractor may not have done work, which is what the equivalent of the value limits that we are looking at. Likewise to the financial statements or audited accounts, it is also a standard that it is always considered up to 3 years, and that is why we were looking at that. But specifically for experience of work, we are looking at 5 years, so that at least you may find that maybe a contractor has done work for the last 5 years, but in the last 2 years, we may not have done any work. So if we cut off from 3 years, you may find that this contractor has experience, yes, but we may not consider the experience which was done in more than 3 years. So that is the reason for that. And for the fees, application fees, and also registration fees, we use absolute figures, because when it comes to application fees, there was no percentage that we should consider for that. And when it comes to registration fees also, we also did not have a specific reason why we should use the percentages, because you find out that in various classes of works, you find that you have different value limits. If it is, let's say for building works, for example, you find that NCA 1, and for road works, they have different value limits. So if we were to use a percentages, it may not work well with those various classification of works. And also on the issue of working with counties, from our colleague from County of Nyeri, you are asking that, you find that most of the time you find NCA officers, they do carry their inspection or they suspend sites, and then county government also, they come do that. So what we've been doing as authority, of course, we've been encouraging that multi-sectoral engagement, which is still work in progress, but we've managed to work with some other counties together. So that is something which is work in progress. So we should be able to work together. But for NCA, when it's come to approval of our projects, one of the preliminary requirements is county approval. So you may find that we cannot give an approval to a project which do not have any of those approvals, mandatory approvals. I think I can stop there. There was the issue on internship, why we do not have internship in the construction industry, just like like law firms and medicine. So with that one, I'll request ED maybe to comment on that.
Let me first of all take this opportunity to appreciate the comments. We've done 12 sessions across the country since 2nd of October. Today is 31st of October. This is the first one where we have found a comment on the issue of fees on the registration of contractors, the application fee, I think, and the registration fees. I think if I got the import of your question, it may not be percentage per se, but the question you're asking, why are we leaving it static? Do you have a proposal on this floor so that we can come out of here that in this meeting of CECs from across the country, from 47 counties in meeting in 𝗣𝗂𝗯, there was a proposal that there is a need to relook at that, without fear of favor. Sometimes on the political dimension, inazafikiriwa kwamba kwani wewe unataka kunyanyasa wananchi. But you see, this is business. There is no contractor who is doing money. Of course, I know in the board there are also contractors, but now I'm talking on their side as well. There is no contractor who does money, who does work for charity. It's done for business. And indeed, it is true that 2014, 2023 is 10 years. 10 years down the line, 5,000 application fee 2014. We are bringing this instrument for review. We are still bringing and are telling you we want to retain it at 5,000 for application fee. We are also saying the registration fee for category 8 for a new registration is 5,000 in 2014. It's 5,000 in 2023. And this will be for the duration that the regulations will be in force. The question is, do we still have the same dynamics in the economy? Is a house that was 5 million 2014 still 5 million today? Just looking at basic units. I think that's what you are asking. But you see, we may not have a proposal, because when we bring it to the stakeholders NCA, tunasema sisi fikira zetu ilikuwa imefika hapo, tumeleta kwenu, nyinyi mtuambie vile mnafikiria. So if there's a proposal, you can give us on the floor. On the issue of apprenticeship, I think it's also a very good comment. Why do we have a mandate to accredit construction workers and site supervisors if there's no link between what they do and the employers who are actually contractors? And we are telling contractors that they need to have in their employment accredited construction workers. What do we have to see in them as a contractor when they come back for renewal? Or when they're asking for 3 years experience, what are we asking them that they have developed on the construction worker side? What do we need to do? Do we need to say that maybe in your farm, you need to have 3 fundis who have gone through TVET institutions that have worked in your farm for the last 1 year as part of the requirement, so that you get more marks? I think it's a question for pondering, and we can also include it here. For me, that's what I got from your comments. On the issue of public projects not being registered, I think the CEC from Nyeri asked it, and I think he's stepped out a bit. But I wanted to inform him, and of course, by extension, the rest in the room, in a meeting held 2 weeks ago at national government level by the equivalent of county secretary. At national level is the head of public service. And he categorically said that going forward, no public projects should be implemented without approval. What that means, it should look at all the legal statutory requirements, either it's a county approval, national, whatever approval that is necessary should go through. That means it will have more weight now going forward and a requirement that even as our registration form that we normally use for registering public projects, which sometimes because it's public may not be so tough on the county side, will now require that, will not have that requirement. So I think that's a conversation we can have together between national and the county government when that circular comes out. So I think to that extent, we appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have, I think those points have been noted down. There's an issue that has not been addressed about the equipment, asked by the lady from Public Works. Ownership of equipment is essential because you get marks for it in the registration process. Yet the issue of hiring has been left out, and therefore those ones that don't have equipment, according to her, they're disadvantaged. Comment on that. There has to be a comment because it's a change that has occurred in the registration, the proposed registration criteria. Why did that happen? Somebody to give a comment. Who is commenting? Sylvia? Please, bring.
Let me attempt to answer the question. When you're doing an exam, there's a scale. There's a scale for a C, a B, and the like up to A. If you miss an A by 1 point, you still miss it, right? So what you're saying is that this is just to give us the category where someone fits in accordance to what you have in terms of the equipment that you own. It does not limit you or restrict you from hiring equipment when you have a job. Okay, you have a follow-up question? You did not? Yes, when jobs are advertised, if you've been keen, when adverts are put out for tenders, they tell you this job is for NCA 4 and above, NCA 8 and above, such. So whatever category you fall in, then you should apply for that job. If you're not in that category, then you have no business applying for that job. But I don't think that really limits you, because there are other things. You can score higher in other places. And then it's not possible to score 0 under plant and equipment, because we have a 2 mark for small equipment, things such as wheelbarrows and the like. But then what you're saying is that once you've been assigned a category, you can always come and upgrade once you have the requisite equipment. Perhaps you've gone back to school and gotten maybe you had a trade test, now you have a certificate. You deserve a different categorization. If you've bought more equipment, you deserve that. So you can always seek for an upgrade. It's not a limitation. We just want people to grow in the industry. Yeah.
Thank you. That's, there's a comment behind there.
Thank you. Okay, let me, I'm just trying to understand her question. Most people are asking, why equipment? Why can't we go back to the old system whereby we evaluate contractors without the equipment? Why equipment? Why can't we hire? Yeah? I think that's what people want to know. Why can't I, if I'm in NCA 7, 8, 2, why can't I just proceed without the equipment and I can hire? I think it's important to note that we are changing. The form of evaluation that we did is past. The country is moving forward. Technology is improving, it's increasing. Different types of buildings are changing. We have buildings, green buildings. So why do you need equipment? We need, number one, the industry to grow. We need the industry to grow. We need a promotion of these contractors. If you didn't have any equipment, have something such that when we give you something to build, you won't go just for the contract document. You tell us that you have a grader. Immediately you're through with the contract phase, you return the grader back to where you hired it, and the whole project stalls. I think this has happened previously, and I think from experience, we need now to expand this evaluation criteria. As you said, there's a category of works. An NCA 8 cannot be put in the same category as an NCA 1. An NCA 1 needs to prove to us that, yes, I'm capable and I have the machinery to build this 6-story building because I have a pickup, I have this, and the building will not stall. The dangers that we have been having, I think, at the State Department of Public Works, especially with contracts for government, is that we've been having stalled projects. And why do we have stalled projects? Somebody hires out equipment just for that, maybe for the contract phase. After that, all the equipment is taken back, and now the building stalls. We end up now canceling the contract, trying to get another contractor, which wastes a lot of time and energy. Now, if that contractor had his own equipment, we wouldn't have that problem. So to answer that question, we need to sort out this so that we can make Kenya move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those issues have been adequately covered. Unless there is a comment, we can now move to the second round of the questions. If you have an issue, please put up your hand. The mic will come to you, or a comment. Yeah. Yeah.
I know in one of the meetings we had, and a number of them, it has always come up. I don't know why today we are not going back to the tool and demonstrating how it works so that it is clear in our minds what is the intention and how it works. No one who has passed mandatory requirement will be denied a license from NCA as long as you can score a mark. So you'll be placed somewhere. You saw those categories. The only thing is that you cannot find a contractor without equipment getting NCA 1. So if there is anyone in Kenya maybe thinking that one day they can be NCA 1, but there's no single equipment, it's like having a hospital without facilities. Then you call it a level something hospital. So every hospital in Kenya has a category. So we'll have health centers, we'll have the Kenyattas and the KUs. I think that's what we are trying to say. But everyone will be accommodated within that space. So if you missed that job because you didn't make it, then there's somebody who made it and got it, who is also a Kenyan. I'm a bit harsh, sorry, but I think it's not the harshness I'm talking about, it's just the truth of what happens. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that comment, Didi. Second round, anybody with an issue? Question, comment? There is one behind there. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is George from Kericho County Government. Maybe I had an issue with the public projects. There are projects which are classified as projects of strategic national importance. Are these public projects part of them? Because like the KDF ones, they are specific. Are they registered? And if they are registered, are they being supervised by the NCA and the charges for the same? Then a follow-up on the stall projects. Maybe NCA should come up with a fee for the stall projects to, when they are resumed or renewed, the contractors are supposed to be either penalized or pay for the same to avoid the stalling of projects. We know that when projects are stalled, they affect the quality of the works over time. So we should find a way of minimizing the nature of projects that get stalled, either from the side of the contractor or from the side of the developer. Thank you. I think that is it.
Comments are noted. Who is the other person with a question? Okay, the questions are becoming lesser and lesser. So let's have a response to that. Projects that are of strategic nature, which ones are these? And the issue of putting a fee for stall projects to ensure that occurrences where projects stall are actually minimized or removed altogether. Response, yes. There's a response here from Architect Mwilio.
Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you. The comment or the question from Kericho. Like Sylvia said, let me attempt to answer the question. The question of projects of strategic national importance, as we are aware, when you look at Pluba, of course, some of them are security installations and the like. And like it has been mentioned by the Executive Director, the directive that came from the Head of Public Service is that all government projects needs to be registered or needs to get the necessary approvals. As things stand right now, of course, as an authority, we have tried to register the projects by Public Works. The projects by Ministry of Defense or DOD, at times they are a bit challenging. But of course, we are waiting for the circular, like it has been mentioned. Ideally, when you look at the NCA Act and you look at the definition of constructions, it is everything in the public or private sector. So we'll be hoping that the circular will as well tackle on that. The issue of supervisions, as you are aware, supervision is by the professionals, public works, or the private consultants that have been employed. As an authority, we come in for quality assurance to confirm that all those projects are being handled as expected. On the issue of stored projects and how that can be stopped, that's a good proposal. I think it's something that can be looked into. And of course, that's a proposal from one of the stakeholders. When it is presented to the other stakeholders and it is accepted, I think the regulations will be passed and then we'll embark on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Any other comments? Question? Because silence will imply that I retire the microphone back to the MC, Architect Mwelu. Yes, madam. Yes. Just give her the mic.
We are quite aware that a lot of challenges, emanate from what we have been calling the elephant in the room, corruption. And according to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, among the key proposals is to digitize a lot of our activities. In the industry that we're discussing now, we know we have a lot of challenges. You don't even know, to some extent, even from where I sit, whether the valuer went there or the surveyor went there or the physical planner went there. You can't tell. Is it possible to have these processes digitized so that at a touch of a button, I know in Kakamega and you know in Nairobi that this is the position? Harmonizing the working relationship between the national and the county governments in terms of the digital space. I don't know whether that's possible. It has not been mentioned in this case. But I like the idea of penalties. I've had very serious challenges with some contractors because they just don't turn up. They don't have the equipment. The one who was to release or release the equipment to them did not. So the bridge was not done, the market was not done. In fact, we're missing up on certain donor funding from KUSIP because of such a thing. So penalties are very good, but as we go down into collaborative instruments of operationalizing those projects, we should mention it in our agenda. That's what I wanted to observe, sir.
Thank you very much. I think the lady is introducing her comments on a key policy issue, along with the collaborations that were raised by the CE. Those are policy issues that need to be commented on, and probably let's hear, is there a reaction to the lady's comments regarding integrating the systems? I think that's what she's trying to say, and probably something like a one-stop shop where you can be able to see what's happening in the whole of the construction industry. Any comments on that? From the NCA side, what are we doing?
Thank you, Dr. for that question. We would wish to start by confirming that it's true. That's a big challenge in the industry. You will notice that the construction industry, it has many players, starting from even NCA itself. There is a registration of contractors currently that has a system on its own. We have registration of projects, that's a system in its own. We do expect to look at statutory approvals from, for example, NEMA. I'm expecting NEMA to have a system on their own. We expect to get approvals from different counties. Currently, different counties have different systems. Other counties do not have any system. They are still on manual. So yes, it is high time that we looked at digitizing our operations. As an authority, all our services are digitized.
As an authority, we are working towards a construction information system where these activities being handled by the authority can be able to read from one another. The project registration, the contractor registration, it should be in more or less one system. As well, we'll need to work with or collaborate with our other agencies, the counties, the other statutory agencies, for example, NEMA, that in their systems, these systems can be able to be linked to our systems. At the end of the day, we are looking at coming up with a one-stop shop, like it has been mentioned by the session chair. At some point, I think 2-3 years ago, there was a push for the ease of doing business by the Ministry of Trade, funded by the World Bank. This is an area that we need to go back so that we can minimize or we can be able to link all these systems. Our prayer is that through COG, Council of Governors, that the different counties can harmonize first their approval systems and we have one system. Then these systems, they can be able to be linked with the other agencies, the NEMA, the NCA, and all that. So that in terms of approvals for a developer or for any person who requires any service, you can just apply once and you'll be able at the end to receive what is expected of you. We do not just look at the certification alone. There is a bit to do with the quality assurance, the site inspections, the enforcement, and all that. When we go to sites, the outcome or the action that is taken, it needs to be shared with the other agencies so that the county, the NEMA, and any other agencies, it's aware that each authority or whichever authority was there has been able to take care of the issues that their mandate as per the Act. At times, there is that bit of a challenge that as a result of resources, you will find maybe NCA has not gone to a certain site, but maybe the county went there. And some of the things that we cross-check, for example, health and safety, they are cross-cutting. And remember, the issue to do with collapsing buildings, issue to do with health and safety is very critical. Each agency going to that site needs to check some of those things, and we'll be in a position to share the information. So yes, it's a good comment that it's a wake-up call that as different agencies, we need to come up together. Bottom line is the issue to do with the collaborations, and we stop the issue of each agency trying to handle their bit on their own, while we know we are serving just one citizen, and the issues that we are expected to check is to make sure that our construction industry is developed, and we listen or we listen the issue to do with the collapses and any losses that arise thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a comment here.
Sorry, before you go down, you have said through COG that different counties try to harmonize theirs, then we can work together. But you see, every county is at a different level. So for example, in our county, it's now when we are trying to develop a system, an EDAM system. So if we can work together so that if one county is able to develop, we do a collaboration and see how now that information sharing can be done at that specific county, then use that as a model to other counties of information sharing and all that, so that with an application, I can be able to get a developer code, a development code, and then I'm able to log in and know what has been done by whatever. We can share APIs and see how that system can be developed together, because we are in the initial stages. And I thought this would be a very important thing for NCA and our county to start cooperation. Then we use that as a model to other counties. Because I know EDAMs have been collapsed elsewhere intentionally, because it's sealing a lot of loopholes for corruption. So if we're able to work together and know how do we now save this one, because we are just being brave, Waziri, to do EDAMs, because I know Kiambu was collapsed. I think the only surviving one is Nairobi now. So which other one? It collapsed. Yes. So but you know, we can't now give up and say it cannot be done. So we want to do again and see if it can work. But then we need very strong and very intentional collaboration with NCA, so that you support the counties that are trying and attempting to do that.
Thank you for those comments. I think at the national level, under performance contracting, there is a criteria, performance criteria called digitalization of services. It's a requirement that we have to digitalize at least 25% of our services. That's in the performance contracting guidelines for the public sector and being coordinated at the level of national government. I don't know when you come to the county, because counties also sign performance contracts. I don't know whether those guidelines are applicable, because if they were applicable, then the element of digitalization also comes up at the county level, so that all counties are going to implement digitalization of their services. That one does not talk about intertwining or bringing together one-stop shop for the services that are being provided, either maybe in the education sector, or the construction sector, or the medical sector, and the other sectors in the economy, so that we have that element of transparency and accountability on what we do as public sector. Probably in the next phase, as we go to 24, 25, 26 financial years, these are the things we should be talking about ensuring that in our digital services we talk to one another, so that even as we make decisions, there are decisions that can be seen, they can be appreciated, and the other party on the other side can be able to see what the other party on the other side is doing, and therefore be on the same page as far as digitalization is concerned. So I think going forward, that is an area that we need to look at, that beyond digitalizing our services 100%, how do we have an interface with the other players in government, for example, the county government? Because, for example, like the 𝗔𝘂𝗁𝗃 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗶𝗃 said, he goes to a site, and then while at the site, the NCA people also come to the site. Or he goes to a site, he leaves, shortly after that, the NCA people also come to the site. So, but if we had a system where today we know we are going to a particular site in Nyeri, a particular building, the county government of Nyeri officials are visiting that place. Therefore, we will share information on what they found out, rather than one party going there, and another party, 4 parties in a day. Even the client, the customer who is having that project becomes tired and discouraged. So those are good comments. I think that's the way forward, so that we are able to, yes, there are other comments coming up. There's one there and another one by the director there. Yeah.
I just wanted to, there's a point that ED gave back to the plenary, yeah, about what are the options on the terms of the monies. Do we have a solution for it? I think that has not come out from the plenary yet.
Thank you. I see the CC Nyeri has just walked out, and I was going to help him with some of his answers. Anyway, for everybody's benefit, like I said, I represent the Architectural Association of Kenya on the board, and I was involved in the first electronic permitting system developed in the then City Council of Nairobi, starting in 2009, and we launched it in Charter Hall 2011, a function presided over by the then Minister for Local Government, who is now the Prime Cabinet Secretary. And that system was developed jointly between a willing City Council of Nairobi, an eager Architectural Association of Kenya. We'd been trying to do it between us, and then somewhere in between, the IMF, World Bank picked up as part of its digitalization agenda that there's some group that's trying to do something, so they came in and they supported with the technical know-how and of course the finance, and then it quickly happened. Those systems are good because, let me just summarize, they cut out the human being. I can sit in my office, I can launch plans, and they can circulate without interaction between me and another person. And as you were saying, Gesora, you can see what's happening there, I can see what's happening in my office, and so on and so forth. If I speak about Nairobi, that system failed. Another one was launched. They're on the 3rd edition now, NPDMS. And NPDMS, unfortunately, for all the fanfare and everything here in the public, is not working. Only yesterday I was on a site with a client. I launched 2 sets of plans, one on the 29th of April this year, another one on the 5th of May, and they're still there, somewhere in the system, committee review and whatever it is. You know, I'm made to understand that the fight is about revenue between the county government, Nairobi Revenue Services, and the national government on account of the immediate history about the running of the county. Whatever it is, frankly speaking, as a practitioner, now not speaking as NCA, I don't really care what the fight is about. The truth is that we're not getting services. So on a construction site, I've told my client, you build, we have paid, we've submitted. That is exactly as ugly as it is. Now, why am I telling you this background? I think county government of Nyeri should learn the lessons of those other county governments. Idam's Kiambu followed after Nairobi. The key officer development control in Nairobi then, when we were doing the system there, the first one, became chief officer Kiambu, chief officer lands and physical planning in 2013. He improved what we had done in City Council of Nairobi, and Kiambu launched what I think to date is still the best system, EDAMS. But it was collapsed, and that is a correct word, because it is interfering with gravy trains. Once human beings are interacting, then there's opportunities for rent seeking and whatever else happens. It produces transparency. People decide they don't like transparency. I think county government should sit, whether it's at the county council of governors level or whichever other organ they have in common. In the first instance, there's enough experience now in developing these systems. Mombasa has one, Kisumu has one, and quite a few other counties. I do not know how they're performing. They need to sit amongst themselves because the services they're providing are the same. The requirement to approve plans. County governments are in charge of development control. In Kakamega, you do the same, yes? You don't do something very different from what Nyeri does. It's exactly the same bar, a few small things. That is the level at which first you need to agree with yourselves what it is we want so that you have an evenness of processes of information of service provision. The revenue business is each county's issue. Of course, you expect some evenness there as well. If that happens, then I think you have a better chance of tackling some of the issues he's raising. Then the conversation between county level development control and national level development control or quality assurance becomes easier. But for as long as the counties exist as silos, each person implementing a different system, there's already an asymmetry. We are unlikely to go forward in that level of synchronous development control stroke quality assurance. Anyway, those are my few comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those enlightening comments. And comments have been made here. Very important comments. Yes. Give us the microphone, please.
Mandates of the NCA as an authority. He has said very clearly that we have a lot of similarities across the 47. They're not significantly different. So is it possible for NCA as an authority to direct that counties must be at this level in terms of ABCD in that context? As an authority, can you direct that that does happen? You've said Kisumu has, Nyeri has, no, sorry, Kiambu has, the rest do not have. Nairobi has collapsed. So it's not working. They say poor is that one who doesn't learn from experience. They may know why that did not work. But I want to revisit that. Is it possible NCA as an authority, an oversighter of all these aspects in this 47, to come up with a directive and say, we propose this kind of procedure, And therefore, counties can tailor them towards their specific needs, but the basic matrix, the template, to come from yourselves, so that we see how we fit it in. Occasionally, we need to actually be pushed. Otherwise, we are creating and extending the Book of Lamentations. We need to chart way forward from here.
That's very good reaction. I think she's asking for NCA's comments on the issue.
Thank you. That's an interesting perspective to take. When I started my master's in planning a long time ago, one of the first lessons I was told by a professor, I thought I was going in to do a technical subject, but he told me very quickly, all planning is political. Okay? Development control is planning. It is a political process. It is very important, like I said before, that the counties agree amongst themselves in the first instance, because you are 47 of you, each of you has that mandate, and it's a unique mandate. It's just that counties have chosen to stand in silos. It is a political process, don't get that wrong. It's not a technical process. NCA cannot really help you there. We don't have mandate, first of all, for development control. Though we, of course, are trying to do the same job, it is a measure of development control. But the counties, between the County Governments Act, between CLUPA, that is where you need to agree. We are going to offer a service. And if it is Kakamega and you're of clear mind, you should run. If Nyeri is of clear mind, you should run. Then cause your colleagues to come along, because at the end of the day, you can't wait for somebody who's unwilling. Eh? It's the same way City Council of Nairobi took off at some point, and we had people from Zambia and all sorts of places. We were ahead of even in South Africa. I launched some projects for approval, even as late as 2020, working with some South Africans, and they couldn't believe, this was COVID time in June 2020. I'm sat in my office by myself. I didn't have any staff around me. But, I'd say to them, pay to this account here, here's your receipt, and I'm doing everything from my office. They are very impressed. These are people who work in Johannesburg. We are going backwards. Those levels of clarity have to come from political leadership. That is what the counties need to understand. Those who are willing, go ahead. Drag along your colleagues. NCA and others are outside that first ring of performance, if you asked me. That political alignment needs to happen. I'm certain about that. Otherwise, it really won't work. There's not much ED you can say to counties, though we do need to work with them, and we're going to have to work with them even closer as we get towards building code and building regulations. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Are we coming to the end of the session? Because quietness means we have exhausted our comments. And with those remarks and questions, I wish to hand over this microphone to Architect Mwilu, so that now I can take us to the next steps of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Session Chair. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate our presenters. They did some good job. Let's appreciate ourselves for listening, asking questions, comments. So we're coming towards the end of today's activity. And the remaining bit is more or less like closing, which soon I'll be calling the ED so that I can call in the Vice Chair to close the sessions. She opened, she need to close. But before that is done, we have been given some meal cards. So as we close the session, anyone who do not have a meal card, we'll see, I think the Secretariat? Yeah, you'll see Sharon, so that you can be provided with one. And for our CECs, as you go back, CC representatives, we want to appreciate you and be our ambassadors. We've really appreciated what you have given us. So Edie, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I'll not stand longer between you and lunch. I'll just do brief remarks, basically, which is informed by the session we have had today. Then I'll invite the Vice Chair to close, because remember, she opened, so we cannot leave before it's closed officially. Let me first of all appreciate all our government officials from the counties, led by the CECMs, for coming to make this session successful. And of course, our facilitators, as well as the ministry, and my colleagues from National Constitutional Authority, and of course, the board members led by the Vice Chair. Just a few things as I make my closing remarks. We rarely meet counties, especially at this level. And for me, this is a very important forum, aside from what we have just discussed, which touches all of us. Counties play a very key role in terms of regulating the construction sector. You know, National Construction Authority, the main mandate is to oversight and coordinate the development in the construction industry. But county plays a primary responsibility in ensuring that they issue construction permits. Even as NCA, as we issue the last paper before construction begins, which we call compliance certificate, we rely on your documents a lot. So when we say we don't have systems, of course automated systems, even manual systems are systems, but we're talking about we don't have automated systems. It can really help us, even at our level, when counties go digital, because information sharing will become very easy. Sometimes developers even submit documents that are not verifiable, or can I use the word fake? And it can easily be verified if it comes from an automated source, because you know you cannot, unless somebody is a good hacker, then you open a system, insert or upload a document, then you receive, then you close. It's not very easy, unless your system is very weak in terms of security. What we are praying for is that counties should invest in automation, so that at least as government, 48 of you, 47 plus 1, can have a close information sharing platform. That will really help us. And as one of the CECM, as I said, that they would want NCA to take that role, but it is not easy. But it can happen if, I know you have sittings, all the 47 of you, even in terms of your committee of the docket that you had. I know the CECM was in terms of in charge of land, urban planning and housing, or whichever name you call yourself in respective county. Sometimes you meet. If you can make a proposal that as 47 governments, why don't you come up with a system? Because it affects you. And then you say, because you don't want to give it to any one of you, even your, I don't want to call Nairobi a big brother, but Nairobi is a city. Yeah. So you don't even want to give it to Nairobi to do it for you. Then you write to the national government through the relevant ministry. Then they can find which institution to do it. NCA has one of the functions which is called consultancy. Not to consult on designing and supervising buildings or roads, but consultancy on matters regulatory. If it is given to us, then we go seeking funds. It can be a very good project for us. Where now, as counties, wewe unapata tu unaingia, unapata revenue yako, kila kitu iko partitioned. But ukiangalia hapo ndani, you can see everything. Ya Kenya ni moja. Kwani inakuanga 47 countries ya Kenya? I think that's what we are missing. But as someone has said, you know, it's a political decision, which requires a political approach. The second thing I wanted to say is about collaboration. I want to appreciate that we've received very good support at county level in terms of collaboration. As we have our offices across the country, I'm aware our officers work very closely, especially with the UCCs, and give them very good support. But still we can do more. What you have collaborated mostly is enforcement, but you see, we don't wait until people make mistake so that we can take care of them in the opposite way. We can also deal with them in a manner that we don't have to all the time find them on the wrong side. We can also collaborate in terms of creating awareness so that they know what we are supposed to be doing. I'm told somebody can easily get it right if they know what they're expected to do. But you see, sometimes it's like, tunasema wacha tuone wafanye, tutawapata pande hiyo ingine. You see, you don't have to get there. We can actually collaborate in terms of creating awareness, design communication strategies, create platform for capacity building. Ndio wananchi wajue majukumu yao. Hata wakituona wanafurahia. Instead of running away when they see us, they're actually happy to see us because we are going to help them address something. Of course, it will also improve on quality of our built environment. Of course, lastly, it's important to note that we are here for this particular stakeholder engagement. Mine is to appeal for your support when we call upon you for stakeholder validation, because going forward, we will take these comments together with all the comments we have received from across the country, plus the ones we are yet to receive, and incorporate them into a document. Then again, we'll call you back in one meeting for stakeholder validation, and we'll expect to get approval. Once approved, of course, it will, if approved, the comments we still have to incorporate. Now it will go, that's when now we'll be checking whether your comments have been incorporated. So from there now, it will go to Parliament, the two houses of Parliament, and remember, because construction is a concurrent function, this particular instrument must be approved by National Assembly and Senate before it takes legal effect. At that point, it will now be in use. Of course, going forward, the implementation will require that we'll still rely on you a lot through your support as CECs and your structures within the counties to ensure that even contractors and the beneficiaries or those who are affected by this are able to use it appropriately. Let's not be worried that what will happen to my license, especially for those who are contractors. You still have your license, maybe rangi yake ndio itabadilika. Not in the literal sense, if you get what I mean. Inasabadilika rangi kidogo. Kama ilikuwa imepakwa rangi imekuwa very busy, it might be less busy if the new chopping board has decided so. But still you can grow to be where you are. Or you can find that kumbe you are even given a lesser paper. Now you need even, the paper is heavier because of the instrument. So let's not be worried about what will happen to our licenses. You still have licenses according to the new tool once approved. With those few remarks, I want to thank you most sincerely for participating in this, giving full attention. And of course, when you go back to your counties, I know you've traveled far and wide, you also pass our regards to the county leadership for allowing you. I know you'll not be denied your earnings for the day today because you came to this event. You'll still be considered to have worked, so bado utalipwa. Na hata ile ya ziada ya inaitwanga ya allowance bado itaingia, si ndio? So we cannot take that for granted, so we want you to take back our regards and thanks to the county leadership for giving you a chance to come and sit with us here. And of course, I want to thank the board members for giving support to this document, being with us here, and supporting us all the way. And of course, waiting for this document to land on their table for approval so that they can be able to give it a nod to the next level. And all of us who have participated in this. With those remarks, now I want to invite the chair or the vice chair of the board of NCA to come and give our closing remarks and invite you for lunch. Sumepewa cards tayari, lakini mjambua mwenda mkule. So she'll invite you for lunch. Karibu, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'll make this short because I know I'm standing between you and lunch, and it's a pretty hot day, but I'm told Nairobi is cold. The Executive Director has reiterated everything in terms of our expectations and conveyed our thanks as a board and as an organization generally. I'd just like to add two things. Number one, we look forward to county collaborations as always, and the first I will say is that accreditation of skilled workers. Feel free as the CECs and those representing the CECs and by extension the respective county governments to reach out to NCA either within the regions or at the headquarters so that we can give you capacity building in terms of accreditation of skilled workers as one. Number two, in terms of also training. Number three, some counties have actually picked collaboration in the form of having NCA as one of their prerequisites before approval for any constructions within those counties. So we look forward to seeing some counties here, I'll not name names, so you know yourselves. We look forward to getting NCA on board at the county approval stage. We would also be looking forward to advising and assisting in that regard because based on the comments I've heard from the plenary, we all agree that we need to curb the issue of collapse of buildings and professional people, etc. in this industry. And at the county, if you're able to include us as one of the approvals in terms of the construction and developments that you approve, that is supporting our mandate. Lastly, the building and construction industry, of course, has grown by leaps and bounds. And we know, and I still repeat, that county governments are at front and center of this. And as such, I thank you so much for coming for this public participation forum. And as the Executive Director has correctly said, we'll also invite you for validation. And we hope that if you have any comments before then, perhaps in the next week or two, kindly transmit those comments to us through our various channels so that then we can take them into consideration. We thank you for your time. I also want to thank the management and members from our Principal Secretary's office for attending this forum, all the presenters, management from the National Construction Authority, the Executive Director, and board members. We truly are grateful, including our sound guy. We salute you. So having said that, I wish you all safe travels for those who have to travel. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to engaging more in this work that we do at the National Construction Authority. Thank you, and we may now go for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, may we have stand for the word of prayer? Let us pray. Lord God in heaven, we want to thank you this afternoon. We want to give you honor and glory for this day that, Father, you have given unto us. Thank you, Lord, for you have been with us since morning. We have come from far. Lord, we can't take this for granted, but Lord, to give you thanks. Lord, we have come to the end of our presentation and deliberation. We want to pray that, Father, you cover us with the blood of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, for those who have come from different counties, even different places, oh Jehovah. We know that, Father, you have given them journey mercies. And we pray that, Father, even as we break again to go to our various places, we pray for your journey mercies, and we pray that, Father, you continue being with us. Thank you, Lord, even Lord, as we are going to take our lunch this afternoon. We pray that, Father,